Why, hello there. Let's make sure everything is happy here really quick. Get that adjusted. That's good. You are maybe okay. This needs to go to that. Tell me, are you working correctly, YouTube? There we go. Okay. Yeah, we're good. I hope. Pretty sure. All right. Where were we? We were doing stuff and also things. We need to get name editing in, which is kind of... Oop, I almost forgot. It's kind of an additional feature, not really to parody, but we already know we're going to need it. So, like, I might as well just add it while I'm here. So I'm thinking either edit or cog. We kind of played around with that there. We could do a pop-up modal or Moodle or whatever you call them. But. I'm thinking that I'm not completely convinced I want to do that. I'm thinking well, it depends, I guess, on what resizing looks like. That we're not going to implement yet. Because that is a bigger thing, and it is additional to the current task, right? Above and beyond just adding, renaming, and naming. The server is going to ignore the name currently, and that's fine. We still need... Okay, so we're going to want to change the name. We're going to want to change the file name. And we're going to want to change the size eventually. The name and the file name I'm comfortable doing here. But if we're going to do that... We're already a stateful widget. We could throw in here a something like this. We can bring this guy back. The on pressed would be to toggle. That. Oops. We could do a gear there. Obviously, it doesn't do anything yet, because we haven't done anything with him. But I don't hate that. I would like, if we're gonna do that, I would like icon buttons to be square because everything else is square. So we probably want to change our theming here. And we probably need a style. Probably do the same exact thing we did with text. Buttons. Because if we do that, the coffee is still way too hot. That gives us a nice square. We can do also, man. I don't know why I'm starting to cough all of a sudden. We can do like a spacer here. And I want to reorganize this a little bit, I think, but also... Actually, what we can do here. Just give it a little bit of spacing. Yeah. I like that. Okay. So, meow. The... the whole thing here... I would like to get y'all... If we put you in your own row here. Oh, we can still have this as the else case. That's fine. Put y'all in here. Except for we need to pull that along too. And then we can put our button... Either way, our icon button can live here. The only thing we care about is if there's no... is if we are in a map or not, right? So we have our unnamed map here. That doesn't do anything yet. But if we close it, we go to map editor. And then we don't have quite so many conditionals in here, which is nice, right? Then, right here, do I want to do this way? Is there a... Does Flutter have a Flutter rename file? Well, does Dart have a rename file? Change file name only. Okay, so because... Do we actually have a handle on a file here? Not really. Load map file data. Probably put that over in here. Nothing. Nothing stores the file name currently, though. I don't think. We could put that in directory path. We could put that in here, I suppose. We have a path and a name. Well, I guess the name is going to be... Does that include the extension or no? Well, it doesn't matter because we need a file object to use this. And is that going to break stuff? We haven't written the save yet, so we can account for it now. It's part of why we put it off. In the other files, I guess you could call them, we did... Where did I put it? Hello? There we go. JSON from JSON. Load items. It's an object controller. Update item. We do all that stuff. Save items. File path. So they do... The controller saves the file path. Over here in this one. But the map file data controller can't do that because it doesn't deal with just a single file, because maps have multiple files, or they will shortly. The thing is, that it probably just needs to go... We can figure it out from the path and the name of the file data. And we only support .json files, so... And I think technically that wouldn't even matter. We could still parse it as JSON without the extension. As far as I'm aware, with all the things, it's just there for human readability and to help editors, so that you get nice highlighting and stuff. and folding. I think this is fine. As it is. We obviously just need to give this controller, not the map controller, the file data controller, the ability to rename a thing. I think we're okay with that. And it can check to make sure that it can pull this file because we need a file object. So we go into our directory that we know about, we look for the name you give me, we make sure we have it. I think we're good. Okay. So in order to tie this all together, so we're going to say that we're probably okay with that, unless there's something else comes up. This doesn't need to change. We're done in there for now. We're done in here for now. Because it's going to ignore the name and we don't care. We have a name controller. We're going to need a file name controller if we go this route. Which it feels like the better answer. Oop. We're going to dispose you. This needs to be map controller, map name. If it's not empty, we'll set it to the name. Otherwise, we set you to unnamed map. This is just the map. We don't have... I think... I think we're gonna need, because map, the map controller, when I load a file, I just give it a string, right? Yeah, file path. Map controller is ignorant of where the map came from, which is fine, especially now that we've kind of split responsibility for such things into the map controller controls the map itself, and we have another controller for file data stuff. Could you combine them? Yeah, but I don't want to load the full map and go to all the trouble of building it. mean, I guess I could give it a different function to load just the header data, basically. May move it over, but I think I'm going to leave them separate for now. But it does mean that I'm going to want to store. It won't be up here, though, because it won't be on a init. It'll come in later. Which we've just been reaching into map controller for, which may or may not be the smartest of ideas. It might bite me later. Let's just do... We'll make that nullable. When we load a map, we load the path. We could do, we take here instead of a string for the path. I'll give you the path here. Let's rename this to selected map file data. We'll set that when we... That's going to be fine. When we close you, let's do it after. We'll null you. Okay, that's going to break some stuff, but that's okay. So this can then be... If you're not null, we'll select the name here. You can't be null, we just checked you. And we'll do the same thing for this, except for convenience. You know about your path. Path name. We give you your path. We could do... Do I have path in here? I don't have path imported in here. That... What was the... path extension. It should be base. We don't use you anymore. Was it just base? No. It's base something. Hang on. Base name. Already. Why? Why am I not allowed to do this? Firstly, why are you not working? Oh, because it, okay, yes, this is a string. So I'd need to is there like a I'm colliding. That's what's going on here. There we go. Obviously this isn't going to work though. Is there like a from string? It's from URI. Base name takes a string. But I can't access this. And I think that's because this isn't a factory. I can't do that. Or can I? Let's see here. Map controller. What are you complaining about? I don't see. Oh, clicked on the wrong thing. Right. So then selected map file data. Hang on. We need to know if this is going to work or not first. You my on select needs to pass me back no longer a string. This is not where I need to be. Map selector, but a map file data here. And it should be able to, yeah, just data there. Map file data, file, file data, just to be more explicit. Okay, so that would get us partway there. What's going on here? Nothing. Okay. Thought I was frozen for a second, but we're good. So that comes back. Okay, so does this correctly. Unnamed map because I haven't accounted for this. But if we like, what I want to think is to default the name to the file name and then let you change it, right? So this change that. Temporarily, let's just put this in as it is. Out, back in, empty. Okay. Oh, you can't be null. We checked you up above. Okay, so that does work. Okay, perfect. So let's get rid of that. Let's then do no, not that. Editing map details. So this should allow us to toggle this. If it doesn't, do I need to oh, it's because I didn't set state here. Okay. Now we can start building this. We're still going to need a row. Okay. Brilliant. What I'm thinking here is if we do basically, three of these, get rid of that. we probably want some padding in here. Oop, wrong place. Symmetric. Horizontal for now, let's just say 20. To get things scoochied in. Spacing also 20, let's just say. That's a decent start. We're still going to need we basically need the same button here to toggle. Oh, actually, no, we won't need that. We're going to need... How do I want to do that? Are you a text widget? You are. I don't want a cog. I'm going to want like an apply or a cancel, I think. And I think I'm going to want... Oops. Something like this. Something like that. And either of them, we'll do this as the final step. The apply, though, will actually apply them. Oop, wrong place. This one will not. So we get rid of that. And then we get something like that. Which overflows, which is not great. Why do you overflow? You're expanded. We can small them for one thing. Do I want a column? Do I want a row? because that makes them really, really small. That might be better. If we align them at the end and give them spacing as well. That's better. I like that more. And we can also do... Oh my gosh. Context, color scheme, error container, was that? Yes. And then on error container, make sure that stays the correct color. Cancel puts me back. Apply doesn't do anything just yet. I could do... If I didn't expand into this... That one, yes. That would give these guys a little bit more room to breathe. This will take only as much space as it really needs. It has spacing, so that's fine. Yeah, I like this more than a pop-up, I think. Okay, so... What do we need to do here? We need to put the ability to change things here because we need to fire off a notify listeners. And we can also make some smart decisions here. Let's do... What do we have access to here? Not here. Here. I don't want to change the detail directly. I could create one. Or I could do this. Was it square braces to make it optional? Don't remember. Thinking probably not. Unless it had to be around each individual one. No, I have to look that up again. But this won't support size just yet. Well, I guess, I guess I would probably want to do this anyway. To default them, because we wanted to say, if this is not empty, if the name is not empty, you've given me a name, then I want to map controller map name is name. I want this, and then I want to say that. This can't be null at this point. But that's still unhappy. Oh, name is final. Okay, yeah, we do need to make that not final, except for, oops. Hang on, back that up. Oh, where are you? Here you are. That can't be const then. Do I care? Probably not. These guys are going to end up changing when we add that ability anywho. Maybe it's fine. Okay, so this can't be null at this point if you told me to change the details. Map changed is true. We do a similar thing. If this is not empty, we're going to do something like this. And then we're going to do that. So up here, basically, ooh, actually, hang on. No, but we don't have... Because I either have to do this logic... Either we run unnecessary code, or I have to do this logic over there or over here. And I think I want it to be over here. think I do want to just put in this. This has to be. This is required. Makes no sense not to be. That's going to be that. Yeah. You can't be null. Okay, so then over here we can just say change map details. Name will be name controller text. Change map. Oh, I don't need to do that. Duh. File name will be controller text. And then we set state. Ooh, actually, hang on. I want to do... this. So I don't fire unnecessary change notifications. And we can also do that here. That's fine. Okay. So, meow. That's wired up. This is ready. We just need to now come in here to our controller. So we've got load. And we said we wanted to call you change file name. So we're going to need our directory still. We should already have that. If this is empty, though, it's not really an argument error. It's Is there like a uninitialized? No. I guess we just throw exception. Just a regular old plain let's do instead. Well, they can't be. It's required. So I don't even need to do that. It can happen, Scotty. Which means we need to either hold one in map state or just recreate it when we do a rename. It's probably not the end of the world, right? All right, so the rename method here. So we need to go in and find our file here, right? So, except for we're gonna need recursive false. Follow links is still false. I forgot an equal sign. We're gonna need to also give this the old name. Otherwise, we won't know what to change. And then we can say same thing we did below. We go through our list. And then we say the except for this is going to give it to us with the extension. Which should be fine, because we get that as part of, yeah. Base name of the file path. I don't even need that, though. Oh, I do. Because I don't have the name. Really? Do I not have a name in the file system entity? Path, raw path, path. I have renamed sync as well. Is that what they were using over here? This was rename. Oh, that's fine. We'll use rename sync just to avoid async shenanigans. Rename sync though. Takes a new path. So I would need, so yes, I don't have a name. That's fine. If it equals the old name, it should be there, I think. Do I have a base name? Is there... Is there a convenience I can join, but I can't? Seem to have temporarily lost my internets a little bit there. Like a full-on hard disconnect. That's cool. Why you do this to me? Let me check. Make sure. Statistics, events. Nothing showing there. Huh. Shows my throughput dropped. Okay, well, whatever. Anywho. Where was I? So we can replace all. This takes a regex. Is there a nicer? Bum 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 bum. Well, this says it doesn't require a regex. It could. Replace all. Except for I think that could bite me. No, it should be fine if we give it the extension. Base name of path. Replace that with nothing. And then we say new name. We want to also make sure here if this doesn't have the extension JSON, and let's make that a constant. I don't know why I can't static you, but whatever. File extension. Split on that, index 0 plus file extension. Can I do that? Is that allowed in Dart? We'll have to make sure. And the new path is that new name. Okay, perfect. Now I need to rename sync new path. Like so. And then over here, we need to connect it. Change file name. I need the new file name, but I also need, this needs to be selected map file data. Oh, this is, I need a, file data controller. Directory I save, right? Somewhere. Map directory path. Like so. Controller, change file name. Selected map file data dot path. You can't be null. And then this is file name. Like that. Okay. Let's make sure we get a nice fresh build. And if I go in here, why this? I forgot to map pane rather. Forgot to finish this. I forgot to put the controllers in. File name here. You can't be null. This whole thing needs to go. Oh, I can't. Well, I could do that, but I think unfortunately that I'm going to need to do this. Unnamed map. Oh my gosh. If I could type, it would help a lot. This shouldn't really happen. But we need to not have a null there, right? We need to give some kind of feedback. And we don't have a controller for the other yet, because it's a placeholder, which is fine. You... Name controller. You... File name controller. There we go. unsaved changes, except for that rename is going to be a change. And in fact, we should even be able to see it immediately. Ooh, how do I want to handle that though? Pardon me. Server, game map. Nope, config, maps. And it didn't actually save. Should have saved. Did I... apply... change map details? Sent, that's funny. Why that? That got changed. But... okay, something has gone awry. We're passing it in there correctly. Selected map file data. And we reloaded, right? Pretty sure I did, but just to make sure I'm not chasing pointless things. File name was changed. And... yeah, did not rename. Doing pretty good. About you? So that must mean that something didn't go right in here. In my controller, we're gonna need, we'll close that. We're gonna come in here. This needs to probably throw an exception if it didn't find anything to rename. But let's figure out where the broken happened really quick first here. Old name is that. This is the new name. That's fine. We get our list of files. It's only one, right? Meow. It's because old name was that. Hang on, I need to do that again. One more. That should be that. And the old name is the full path. That's why. I gave you select the map file data file name. Because when I did that in here, since you do go looking for some guidance, if I'm building an API, for example, how can I give it a UI? Like, learn web or mobile, or just go all into Golang and build CLI REST, you're still good. Depends on what you want to accomplish, right? Like, is a CLI going to get you the experience you crave, or do you need that UI for some reason, right? So if you're building an API that implies you're using REST or something to talk to it with, right? So yeah, web, mobile, either way. If you're not concerned about supporting multiple platforms, you can really use anything that is able to make a web request, you know? So it can be a website, it can be, you could use like Electron if you wanted to. It could be like a local app like that. It could be something built in WinForms, or, whatever can send it, basically. There are a couple different projects. There is Fine. I'll drop you a linky link. I haven't used Fine, but I hear reasonably good things about it. This is going to be fairly simple from what I understand. Like, you get what you get widgets wise. There is also Cogent. And this is not there. This is the docs. This is not. Cogent is not mature enough to use in production. So if you're doing it for learning and you want to explore, cool. If you want to do production stuff, you probably don't want to use Cogent. Oops. That's not what I wanted. I'll drop a link though. Cogent is really cool. It's just not quite ready yet. And they have their site has been redone apparently since the last time I looked at it, and I think it's actually become slower. But it's cool to explore with. And both of those are written in Go. So you can stay in Go if they will serve your needs. Whether or not they will, that's a question. I started this editor in Cogent because I was not super concerned about it being not ready yet, right? And now I'm rewriting it in Flutter because it wasn't ready yet. And it was hamstringing me. So, but I knew that could happen when I started with it. But here I am. All right. Base name. Old name came in. Map file data, that's right. File name. We did base name of path. And when I call this, I have some options, but confused for web, it's Svelte, okay? And if I choose mobile, not sure Flutter or React Native, okay? I don't want to put a lot of efforts in front end or design stuff. I mean, so you got a couple options, right? You can learn to do the front end stuff, even though you may not like it. That's me. I don't really like front end stuff, but like I'm in this exact situation right now, right? I have a project I want to do. I can learn Flutter and Dart and all this stuff, or I could have learned, other stuff, React, whatever. Or I can pay somebody to do it, or I can make it only a CLI app. CLI app isn't going to work for what I'm doing here. I'm not willing to pay somebody for this. I don't have that kind of budget. So it's down to me, right? That's exactly the thought process I went through and why I now write Flutter. And it's not bad. I mean, Flutter isn't terrible. I mostly enjoy working with Flutter. Okay, so old name. Selected map file data path. Because I didn't give it file name, you silly goose. Why did you choose Flutter over React Native? Because this is not only... I'm not going to do a mobile app, and I want it to be cross-platform, and I don't like the JavaScript ecosystem, basically. Those were my considerations. And I haven't really looked at how well React Native supports cross-platform stuff. So I might be ignorant there. But I don't like that ecosystem at all. It makes me deeply upset to need 7,000 packages to do anything. And how did I learn Dart Flutter? I started, you can actually go back. I live streamed all of my learning of Dart Flutter. I started with the official tutorial. I started down another project, but then I was going to make a little app, but then I ran into Android Studio issues, and I was like, I could fight this, I could fix this, or I could just continue with my project that I want to do more. So I did that. Deeply upset. Yeah, right? I don't like dependencies if I can avoid them, right? And I have some for Flutter that are not inside of the standard library, so to speak. But this is a reasonable list, I think. And even my transitive dependencies aren't huge. Like if we pub get, I have a couple. So, there's like 13 packages in here that are have newer versions. So it hides them a little bit. So I'm not sure exactly how many transitives I have, but like it's better, I think. And an apples to apples comparison I have not done. So it's more of a gut feeling there. What was I doing? Okay, yeah, okay. So I give you the correct file name now. I was gonna get you Flutter. They have like an official. It's very bright. Was it get started? There's the setup. Here's the test drive. They had a introduction. Let's see here. Learn. There we go. Tutorial. Wow, they really bury this. I think this looks familiar. I think it's changed since I did it, but this looks more familiar. Interactivity. Let's see here. This is not. This is CLI stuff. This is also Dart. I was in Learn Flutter. Why did you send me to Dart? Flutter getting started, maybe? Yeah, here we go. This is different now. Okay, so they used to have a really simple app that just like had a a random word generator or something like that. So I did that. And that's how I got started. Obviously, it's changed now. So go here. Go to Flutter and learn, and they have things for you to do. Swift has Swift UI for handling its UI and things, maybe. Does Flutter have one too that you have to learn with that? Because Swift UI is hated. Even recent post from Theo says that. I don't consume any Theo content. I don't value his opinion, so I don't know anything that he said about it. Flutter is the UI component, if I understand your question correctly. Flutter is the graphic stuff, right? Dart, the language Flutter is in, has, you know, the crunchy backendy stuff to handle, you know, things like working with the data that you ingest from your APIs and to make the calls. But Flutter is the UI component. It's all the widgets and all the bits and pieces. And I haven't worked with Swift, so I don't have any opinions there. I hear good things about it. Okay, so I've given this the correct stuff now. And if I do that, we still need to handle that feedback. It's not great. But we have renamed correctly. Okay, perfect. And we need to reload that, though. Why didn't you... Why didn't you update? You planning to stream daily or depending on what time permits? I stream for about 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting on Friday and ending on Monday. Whether or not I can do more than that is going to depend on a lot of things. And it's mostly to do with getting an income. I have some projects. We'll put it that way. They're not ready to talk about yet. I don't know if they'll work. We're just going to YOLO it and see what happens. And if that happens, I'll probably try to stream more. But I also have to like job hunt and stuff too. Okay. I didn't update, and that is probably because here, if a change was made, I also need to update. This right here. Because for the name I did, but... Ooh, I don't have an easy way to reach into there. I could reload the data. I don't need to reload the whole map. I could do this here. Oop. We can initialize this no matter what. And then if I do a change, load map file data and give it I can't do that though. That doesn't work as nicely as I had hoped. I could. Okay, let's back that out real quick. Put you back in here. I'm okay with just changing the name directly. That's fine. It doesn't require a bunch of operations. This, though... Okay, so what if we did... this... Actually, we'll do that. It's not nullable. We rename syncu. And then... directory path. I've already got you, though. I could do this. I could put... all of this here. We return the file data here at the end. We say, yeah, just file, like so. I do that. And I return that. No, not you. It's load file. And then if I get, so, if I get here, and I say, no file found, rename, no file with name, new name found in directory path. Let's do that. That'll kind of kill two birds with one stone. So then here I can say that, like so. Now, go back here. You get your janky name with test data. There we go. Oop, that's not good. Cannot open file path. No such file or directory. Because ooh, where did that happen at? I load file. I give it file. Rename sync new path. You don't get the new path yet. Interesting. Ah, returns a file system entity. That. Fly you. Then life is happy. And if I apply you, better name, and apparently I closed my JSON data for some reason at some point. Oh, right, we don't have save yet. Okay, that's fine. We update the name. We update the name. Think we're okay there. It would be nice to get testing around this, but it's going to kind of suck to do. Let's see, what could we do? We could write a file. We could read it in. We could rename it. We could read it again. Make sure. Yeah, we should. We should do such a thing. In fact, I don't think I actually wrote any tests for this thing, which I should, but you know. You know how it be. Super cool that this is broken now. Big fan of that. Good job, JetBrains. Yeah. Let's do our due diligence. Let's see, Mongoose, thanks for your responses. Time for me to study some Go. Learning concurrency. Do you have any good resources or tips for that on channels now, by the way? I don't think so. Nothing that's like a concentrated channels brain dump comes to mind other than just like the official Go docs and just Googling. I think I just learned channels by messing around and finding out. Sorry that I don't have anything more. Oh, let's see. Let's check. Let's see if Roadmap has anything. Let's find out. Let's see here. I know they have Go. They have Go. Go away banner. Let's see. Loops, conditionals, pointers. Go routines and channels. So there's a little bit of stuff in here about Go routines, a little bit about channels. Here you go. See if there's anything in there that you haven't already looked at. Might be helpful. It's alright, just have heard it's a difficult topic to do, to know it's okay for me. Yeah, I mean, concurrency is hard, but that's mostly just because it's hard to think about, more so than it's hard to work with. Go channels are really, really nice, and Go routines are really, really nice to work with. Concurrency is just hard, and avoiding contention and avoiding races and crap like that sucks. Absolutely. Best of luck. And hope to see you around sometime. It was good chatting with you. Alright, I gotta remember how to do a test. We just do a main. And we have test. And we have async. And we have that. Like so. And then we need to import flutter test. There we go. Okie dokie. So we would need some test data. And we added testing for the map controller part of this. So we can probably borrow some of this boilerplate stuff. We have a test map in here. I can just do the whole thing here. We're not going to care about the tiles and the connections. And because this is so small, I don't even think I care about putting it in a const. We ended up doing more, even over here in our map controller. We ended up doing more, oh, maybe it wasn't you. Where was it? Was it the model? Yeah, it was the model. We wound up doing more manual struct creation anyway. And this is way bigger, so maybe I don't care about that so much. I do need... We should probably add testing for the model too. We can start here though. In the controller. Just thinking about how I want to lay this out. We're still going to need this. This can all come over here. It won't be tile template though. This will be let's call it map file data. And then that. We will need to import that. That's all fine. We're going to need our main and, or rather not main, but setup all and our teardown all here. So we don't litter our repo with junk. We will need you. I can do... We'll see. We'll need the directory either way. We may or may not just take out that test data, depending on how much we actually find a use for it. Okay, so we do need to load from file. So let's do... Yeah, we're gonna need... We're gonna need two, because we want to test the multiple... files, right? And we'll call you test data 1. There's no reason to put you into a list, I don't think. Test data 2. Just make that different so we have something to differentiate them. That's fine. Let's see. Do I care about different IDs? Probably. That's my server. That's the same ID. Gimme. Just give me a valid UUID. I don't. Oh, there you are. I just want to make sure it's valid. Because I'm pedantic like that. Okay, so we got that. We write as string test data 1. Let's do test file 1. Test file 2. Oh, wait. File. Test file 2 path. Write as string JSON encode test data 2. Like so. Okay, we recursively delete our directory at the end. That's fine and dandy. Load to pull map data from file. So we'll call you test controller. Map file data controller. Directory path is our test directory. Okay. Why don't we like that? Because you're a directory and not a string. Path, we'll get it there. Though, now, load file. This will be list map file data. It's not load file. It's maybe I want to change that. We'll see. Test data. So meow, we have a couple of test data objects. We're going to expect and we don't have equality here. We could implement it. Will we need it? I don't want to implement it if we're not going to use it. And I don't think we're going to need to do a lot of equality for map file datas. So and I think one of these, we're going to give this one a name. Maybe someday I will understand all this. Maybe so. If you keep on your learning, you probably will. We're going to make you test map 1. We'll leave you without a name. This doesn't load UUIDs, though. But that's fine, because we have paths. So you're a map file data. We're going to expect you to live test file 1 path write a string, we encode you, test file 1 path. This will be base name for you, except we're going to need to import this manually because it's going to be very confused. Import package Dart as P. Base name, test file 1 path, yes. Okay. Size X. Test data 1. Size X. As int. Size Y as int. Oop. That, okay. This, we want the file 2 path, base of file 2 path, test data 2, size X, size Y. Okay. Name for this one will be filled in. As a string. Now, so we're going to do in test data why do you not think that load map file data because right because you're not a map file system entity, you're a map file data. Derp. Okay. So if the file path is equal to test file 1 path, name, first expected data name. We already checked the path, but because we're based on here. We'll still just make sure, I guess. I want to do that though, because if we were to find two of the same file, then that would give us a false negative. So let's do that. We'll make sure to do that. File name. Size X. Size X. Size Y. Size Y. This guy. Second file found. Oop. Wrong button. Is that not? Oh, you know what? It's control. Trying to learn that new. There we go. All right. Second expected data, just like so. Text file 2, second file found at the end. If not first file found, fail. Oop. Is it lowercase? Must be. Not found or not contain correct nation. And we do the same thing here. The second file is not found. We also want to make sure, even before we do all this, if this is less than 2, do I want to fail here? No. I want to say if this is empty, parsed file data list is empty. Should contain file data. All right. That should get us a first test up and running. We have a failure. Let's see here. Oop, not that one. This one. File name should be, right, because we expect this one to be empty. That is accurate. Okay. Oh, no, that's not true. It should be, because we default, no name is found in the file, default to the file name. So this should be file name. There we go. Okay. Meow. We've handled that case. Let's handle testing for and we throw errors on the other cases. Third, do we need to be here? I think because we throw errors, I think we're okay. I guess we probably want to make sure we throw the error. Yeah, okay, so let's go ahead. We're going to write you. We need to join. This is P in here because we have path everywhere else as a word. This is test directory. We're going to say this can be const, I think. That can be that. We need the path there, not just the directory. Write as a string, JSON encode. Test data 1. I don't want you to be called test data 1 though. You're just test data. Or rather, target file data. How about that? Why are you mad about... Oh, right. Future. Actually, can I just do... Okay, that's fine. Just gonna do that. We're already async in the test because that's how tests work. It should be fine. Value of type, what? But I need... that. Missing paren. Strikes again. Okay. So we write it into our test directory, which is all cleaned up to the end, so that's cool. The thing we want to do now, probably verify we found it. And I think, yeah, I'm not going to get the controller involved in this. We're just going to work directly in the same way we did over here. We're going to work directly with the Dart directory stuff. This is going to be test directory. Actually, we don't even need that. We have access directly here. And we're going to say expect files contains target file. Can I do that? Can't because you're a future. Oh, I forgot to await you again after we fixed it. I can't do that? Oh, because it's an away. Okay, yeah. Oh. I'm outside of my test. My spacing got all messed up. Okay, there we go. So we expect you to contain our target file. Right? So far, so good. We write it. It should be there. Let's make sure. It's not there. Because this is a file system entity, superclass of file directory and link. So it should be there. Files has 3 things. Test rename start is one of them. Okay, so we can't use contains on that. Probably because it's file system entities and files as a child class, if I had to guess. So we have to go through. We're just looking to avoid setting ourselves on wild goose chases if we break this in the future, right? So we validate the stuff we just laid down as part of the test setup. I left my beverage over there. Set you to true. We break. We expect file was placed to be true. Not found in test directory. Was it placed correctly? Okay, let's try that again. Okay. Easy enough. Now, we do a rename here. And we're going to say... Do we want to test this, though? There could be extra stuff in here if... this test runs asynchronously with other tests, which we will have, and they're going to write in there, so we don't want to do that. That's not going to... None of that's going to matter. That's fine. Let's use the correct quotes because we're in Dartland here. We're going to call it that. So now... we create a controller. Give you the path. Change file name. I should change that to rename file, I guess. Rename map file, something like that. Old name is going to be the test file. Target file. But it won't be. We're going to drive it off the other variable because it's going to expect the file name anyway. It'll be starting name. Expected rename. Then basically we do the same thing here all over again. I don't need that though. I won't need this. I don't think. Map file data, updated data is this. That. We're going to want you to be false. We're going to go through the whole list here. So if we find the updated one, found updated file is true. Needs to be a target file path. Then old file is true. Like so. If we didn't find the updated file, we fail. Unable to find file with updated name in directory oop. The test directory's path. If found old file, fail, old file name found in directory after rename. Should not be. All right. This should pass because we know that it works. There we go. Perfect. All right. We should also do a test. I'm just going to copy these really quick. Rename file in directory. No starting file. And new name has no extension. We should handle that correctly. This one should be an exception. We're going to do this really quick. So that we don't get distracted and forget to do one of them. Okay, so no starting file. Tell you what, I need to go get that beverage and use the restroom really quick. I'll be right back, and then we'll do these tests. Yeah, be right back. All right. That's better. Beverage time. I love it when the beverage time. So, no starting file. We're going to not write this. We're going to not check it that was written. Because we didn't do it. We don't care about these. This, well, actually, none of this. Well, yeah, okay. We can still do that. We won't go through it. We will. I can't type. The reason, yeah, is it'll make it easier found updated file. If the path base name of the path of the file is equal to new name, then we fail and say new name was found in the list of files in test directory path. Rename should not, or failed rename should not have modified this list. And then all of that can go away. We need this. Try catch E. Is that the syntax? It is. It needs the parens though. We're going to expect runtime type. Like so. We expect you to be an exception and if you don't contain no file with name, new name, found in test directory path, we fail, we say expected or exception text didn't contain expected nation got, or just that got new line dot to string, just to give me something. We'll expel that out. There we go. Just to give me some information to go on if it does fail, right? Give me an idea of what happened. But it passes because everything is good. We can double check ourselves, and we should, just to make sure. Okay. Da 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 da. And that is yeah. Okay. And we'll make sure to put that back. We don't use that anymore. It can go away. I think we're good on that. New name has no extension. All of this can stay. We'll call it that. We expect you to get JSON appended. So we can do that. And then when we come through here... we do the rename with the rename string. And... we find that. We also want to make sure... if the base name is equal to rename string, that's true. Bad rename string without extension was used. I'm going to double check also that up here. Updated data. File name is equal to rename string. Actually, I could do expect dated data file name to be expected rename. Oop. Reason extension renamed file name not corrected. We got data file name expected rename. And the code for all that should already be written. Let's just find out if we screwed up or not. Seems like we're okay. What that isolate thing is, I think is an issue with JetBrains, but and we can double check. If we just swap that out, it should fail right here. And there we go. So our renaming logic worked correctly. Perfect. Love it. I need to update those here in a second. That's annoying me. Okay. So renaming should be working correctly. Let's... Yeah. Oh yeah, that's the test. Duh. So we updated main. That was the theme, controller, and the model. Oh yeah. We need to. Gave you file name. Map editor, map pane, map selector. Yes. Okay, that all looks good. So, add port for renaming. We need to clean up the rename stuff though too. Add support for renaming maps and changing the file names as well. So we need to go back really quick before we get distracted. In here, we need to... Hey, Terrace, how's it going? You learned a new thing about Flutter yesterday? What did you learn? Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Turns out builder context in state build method is always the same. Builder context in state build method is always the same. Well, yeah, it's the same context. That's why things like provider work, right? It's the app's context gets passed on down to it. That's why you can pull the shared state objects out of it, right? Unless I'm misunderstanding what you're saying. I guess it might be different for... Well, no, because everything trunks up to the same, right? But it builds a tree of widgets, and the context gets passed down to them, as far as I'm aware. Builder context is an element object that is created for each widget separately. So each context is different. Okay, maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're saying then. Is mind-blowing to you? What was I doing? Oh, yes. Okay, so we're just going to say that when you apply this, you apply the change to the map. It's going to write it. Do I want to warn on that? No, I don't think so. I think it's fine. So we're just going to do that. Except we want to be careful here. No, this is confusing from a user standpoint, because if you have a change in the map and you change the name, it would then write it to file, write all the changes to file if you did that. That's counterintuitive. I guess it doesn't really matter. So we haven't changed. Okay. Do not do that. Change made is true. Map changed here is true. Here change made is true for the sake of our notifying. Do not change map changed value. Have changed the backing file. No data has been written. We still notify listeners because if we've changed this, then we need them to pick it up, but that's fine. How's my Flutter? It's going. We're pretty close to... that is my test nut. Not my main. We're pretty close to done with the rewrite. We still got some stuff. We got to do saving still. Where are you? Here you are. You're just hiding. We got to do saving to file, but we've got the ability to load maps. We can close maps and open them again. We can now rename the file. And if I was to close that, you would open it again. Doop. Fix that up. We can give it a cool new name. That's still firing my unsaved changes, though. Oh, yeah, it should. That one should save. Ooh. Yeah, that's fine. I'm pretty sure. But yeah. And renaming and adding names is a little bit of a feature add as opposed to just a feature parity, but we know it's going to be needed. So it was worth doing. And then we have unsaved changes because we changed the name. The file name gets changed immediately, but not the name data. Okay. I feel good about that. Let's do... We're going to commit this. We're going to say fix user feedback for changing map details. File name changes get applied immediately, but does not write data. Map name changes are a data change. Okay. Hopefully that'll make sense to me in the future. We need to circle back really quick. Now that we fixed that up, you managed to not get squirreled. The model tests for the map data. So they're going to look a lot like this, except we're going to trim them down. We can do these two. We need to create it though. Map file data model test. Point you, yoink you over here. Don't need that. I will need, actually I can just copy these two over, basically, because, and I do need to import that. We're not going to care about tiles and connections. The rest of it, though, is going to look a lot closer. Map file data from JSON test data. What? Ah, because I forgot. To give it a directory, which I should do like this. You're a string. I guess I can't static you for some reason. Don't care right now why. Okay. We don't have UUIDs. We have name. That's fine. We have size X, size Y. The rest of this goes in the trash can. This one's a lot easier to test. Actually, we're just gonna yoink that. Drop it in place here because we take the name out and this should then become, this should actually be this if we're trying to mock reality a little closer. And then I need to, the file name should be, and also expect path to be that, right? Yes, path, name, path. We have path and file name because, okay, yeah. I want to do this. And then the choking on my own spit, don't worry. this will be... I should just use path. Join mock directory. Oops, wrong place. Join test mock directory, test mock file. This should be test mock file name. Okay, so test mock directory. This should actually be... This should be full path? Yes. Name should be name. Put this in order the way it is here. It'll be easier to look at. Okay. And then when we don't have you, just replace this really quick. And this, for that matter. The name should be also... Nope. Test mock file name. Okay. Let's see if I screwed anything up here. I did. Actual. That's in path. Oh, because I didn't give it the correct one in either case. Do I actually use directory then, other than... It's fine. It's fine. I can either do path and check it or do it this way. Yeah. I don't think one way is cleaner than the other. Or clearer, easier to read than the other in this case. Okay, now we probably want to test marshalling. No. We don't marshal this, ever. We only unmarshal it. So we're good. We marshal the map data. That's why we didn't test this to begin with, but it's good to cover the unmarshal. Add tests for unmarshalling map file data. I remember that now. Okay. I think we're done with that. I think we're done with this. We do need to get this ready for... let's see here, map controller. I'm done with that. I'm done with these tests for now. We do need to get this ready for when we do allow resizing. We just boop, boop, boop. Size is just a text box right now. We're gonna want also, as part of this, bum 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 bum. To make a global key for a form, we're gonna wrap this in a form. What's the... Are you not children? Child. That's right. And we need to make sure we close that form because we want to make these text form fields, which should be all the same. We want to make sure that file name, validator, should be string. If this is empty, are you not a string? Ah. Because you could be null, right. We're going to allow map name to be empty, but we're going to want to validate some of the stuff here too. But for now, that's all fine. We need to on pressed in here. Was it not current state? Current context? Where are you? I gotta look you up. We need to call the validator on it. What are you? Da 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 da. Current state. Validate. It is. That can't be null. That's what I was... No? Did I create the wrong kind of key? Ah, I did. It needs to be a global key. I just lost it. There you are. Form state. Okay. Form key, child, children, whatever. Validator. Okay, something is not happy. That got messed up along the way. Okay. Current state. Validate isn't defined for the type state. Why would that be? Form key, current state. Oh, is it because I didn't help it out? Probably, yeah. There we go. Okay, so if it's valid, then we do that. So now if I try to change this and not give it a name. May not be empty. Perfect. And if I cancel, all is well. And if I try to do that, what happened there? Oh, you know what? It's because that's supposed to be null. There we go. Gets changed. Perfect. Wasn't what I meant to do. Just copy this so I can put it back. Okay. Love it. Okay. Let's just do this real quick. Add form validation to the naming. The size. Size. This is going to be expanded still, yes. A row inside of here. Kind of like we did up above. I've put you one too many in. There we go. We'll give them space between themselves to live and breathe. These guys have to be expanded again, I believe. But hang on. Before I do that, let me just make sure. I believe they have to be expanded individually. Do I want to do this, though? Because right meow, I don't support... It's fine. That's part of supporting the rename will be to handle making sure that we resize to correct. I just want them to be a little less crap. Yeah, it does have to be. At least I hope that this is what I need. Yeah. And that's going to require... text editing controller for size X. And for size Y, we'll make sure that we dispose, on dispose, like so. And then in here, size X controller text map state. It'll be, oop, not that. For size X, but it'll need to be stringified. Otherwise, it will be 0. that shouldn't happen, but can I not string you? Object can't be assigned to a variable type string. Oh, that. And basically the same thing for size Y. And then these fellas here. Size X controller. Size Y controller, like so. Do you use any libraries for Dart Flutter? A couple. Not a ton. The pub spec. I've got provider. I've got UUID. I have an SVG library for loading my little icons and two-dimensional scrollables for the two-dimensional scrollable for the map itself, and then path. It's more than I'd like, but up until I write a completely custom map thing, which I don't want to if I don't have to. You know, most of it is official Flutter stuff, or, you know, close enough. Like path isn't official, but it is like it was in the tutorial. That's how well endorsed it is. I recommend UUID 7 library I co-wrote. Why? What does it get me? It's plain simple. Gotcha. Well, it's UUID. The one I used is pretty well used everywhere, so it would be an undertaking at this point to convert. And like it's just for file stuff, so. But this is like all file stuff. So unless it's a direct one-to-one. Drop-in replacement. It's just one function. Well, I need to be able to string. I need to be able to generate IDs. I need to be able to read them, compare them. Gives you a string in return. But I don't always want to work with a string. Like I need to marshal it to a string. But also I compare them, I switch on them, I do all kinds of things with them to make sure that I'm in the right place or to find the thing in the list. Because every one of these tiles has an ID. And the connections, that's how they relate to their parents and all that. Compare string is good. I mean, yes, but it makes my life easy to not have to string it. Unless I need to string it, which I do on marshalling and unmarshalling. Or not unmarshal. I from string it unmarshalling. Yeah, there we go. And make sure it's valid and all that kind of good stuff. What was I doing? Oh, sizes. Yes. Okay. So now it shows the size. Cool. We'll cancel that for meow. Do I want to display all of that info here? No, I'm going to leave it that way. We're just going to do Wait, why do you say synchronization failed? Oh, because of that. That's why. Fix the, or add a form. We already added the form. Fix the dimension display. Give size X and size Y their own fields in edit details form. That's what we'll do. Okay. I feel like there's something I'm forgetting. Oh, yeah. I'm looking right at it, actually. This. In the load, I want this to be more informational. I don't know that we need to make a full table, though. I think I just want to... And I don't even have to do this anymore. I just need to do... I'm going to do an expanded so it takes up the spacey spaces. File name. I'm going to do some spacing in there. I'm going to do name and one more for do I want to do a row? Or no, I'm just going to do this. Size X. Size Y. And that'll get rid of this. That gives me a much nicer amount of information. I might want to give them... I guess that's maybe why I was thinking about table, to give it a legend. Let's see, could I get there 90% of the way there with that. That. And then that. Let's take that back out. I kind of want to... I can't do that because a child isn't optional. I would have to do just an empty text if it didn't have a name and it just had the default. I would also want to do that. Except that still won't give me quite what I want. Ugh. I could go and why are you dead? Come back to life. Close all this. This is too many things. I could do look up a table again. Would this be more better? But this doesn't have oh, you know what it is? It's data table? And then I'd have to do something else with the selecting. Do I want to do that? Because I could fix this up. Pretty easy. Like so, I do main axis alignment, and you still get that. And then that closes one. That's the other. I've already got you closed. And then that'll fix up my alignment wonkiness. I could also just go back to Or switch. I guess I'd still want the row there for the sake of putting them at the end, as opposed to, you know, the start of this segment. And then if I was to give you a real name, it wouldn't appear because they don't save yet, but you would end up yeah. I think it's not worth going to all the trouble of building a table for this. I think we just go and if I do this just for visual looking adding, yeah. I think I want to do I think I want to display it always, but if I put you into a row, and I center you, then you go in there, just gonna kick over just a tiny bit. Do I actually need to expanded you all if you're rows? Interesting thought. Children. That, like so. Then I wouldn't need to expand you all. You would just do that. Which would make my widget a little bit simpler, which I'm a big fan of in general. Only question becomes, yeah, you overflow. So in order to not do that, we just do ellipses for you. But I think I have to expand these in order to make this work. I don't know if it'll work with just the rows. We can find out though. Yeah, she still overflows. Can I expand it on the rows to get it to work? Or do I have to do it on the children? Just do a little bit of looking and trying. Yeah, I have to do it on the children. Because that just makes a big mess. But that's fine. Oop, not that. Like like so. Like so. Ooh, that didn't work. Not in the very least at all. Okay. So. Is it because I put you in rows? Hang on. Let me, yeah, no, that's totally borked. This voice is AI? No. My voice was AI. It would be much better. I would make myself sound like Morgan Freeman. I would need to ditch the rows if I was going to do this. But that would break those, I think. Like that. I would be... It's interesting that that doesn't work when you expand the children. It's very strange. Non-zero flex, but oh, that's why. Okay. But if I ditch the expanded, I don't get my ellipses. There must be another way to do... Let's put it back in the rows because I can just do this. I liked the formatting better when I did it that way. We just take the expanded out of the children here really quick. Okay. So there's that, but it's going to overflow. Bop, bop, like so. Okay. But this also works for expanding the row. Makes it fill the space, right? Regardless of row, children. Oh, I did the wrong thing. The thing I always forget about expanded is that it works for small stuff too. So like filling the available space also sizes down, not up, right? Which is counterintuitive in that expanded always makes me think about getting bigger. Sorry, got a child there. So if I do this, it doesn't trigger the ellipses still. Okay, so here's what's going to happen. I'm going to use the restroom really quick. I'll be right back. And then I'm going to look for... I think there's another widget I can use to wrap the text that'll make that work. But yeah, be right back. There we go. Much better. Okay. Let's look for that widget. I want to say... fitted? This is fitted box. I don't want fitted box. I don't think. I'm gonna look. Wrap container in a flexible. Oh, text overflow. Ah, it's not in style. Or maybe it is. And this is just doing the same exact thing. We'll find out though. Oop, I just blew away that clipboard. There we go. And you. Let's find out. Nope, still overflows. Okay, let's just make sure. Make 100% sure. It's not something getting held on to. Where'd you go? Down here. You're hiding. Yep. Okay, still overflows. Yeah, it says if you're using inside a row, you can put above text inside expanded, but that breaks. Unless I'm completely dumb, which is 100% possible. And I did something goofy the first time I tried this. Let's just give it a shot. Okay. In here. Yes, inside here. Oop. Child of text. Put that in the right spot. Then you grow over there. That's fine, though, because these guys just need to be told. They can grow, too. And then that starts to break things immediately. Not... Oh, it's because... I bet... This guy doesn't know how big he's allowed to be. It's not there. It's, here. No? Expanded. Child is the row. There we go. Okay. I still think this is not copacetic. Yeah. Because you don't know what you're allowed to be. Okay, stop it now, please. Thank you. Okay, so if I want to do this... Okay, so we have an invisible column. Let me take this back out really quick so that we can look. Instead of just using our imaginations. Oops, I've got one too many. Okay, so we have an invisible column. Oop, this guy lives at the top of him. He's a column. So we've got our column with the container. It's out of a size box that constrains our width. Container with the borders. Get some padding. We got the column. Shut up. You're not overflowing anymore. Minimum on the main axis. If we're not empty, we start putting in rows. I can't expand it here, right? Even without the children in there. Oops, wrong place. There we go. Incorrect use of parent data widget. Because you're inside of a text button. That's why. That makes a degree of sense, right? Which is probably part of my problem, but I would still have the same problem if I did a row, because I need the mouse region for hovering, and then the on click, the gesture detector for handling the click, which is why I was using the text button, just to avoid doing all of that. I could do... Can I position text within the text widget? That would solve my other problem, is the layout I want, right? There's an align. There's a text align for... Okay, so we have our main row. That's fine. We need that. Instead of these guys, we just expand the text widgets themselves. Yep, like so. Missing one of those. There we go. This still needs to be a row, though. Keep those guys together. Well, now it just works, just to be a jerk. Okay. Oh, no. Okay, yeah, duh. It worked before. I'm just dumb. The alignment is the thing. So here, text align. This one we don't change. That's the file name. Text align. Text align center. I moved it to the right. Oh, right. Because you expand. So you should start and be roughly centered. Roughly. It's probably all right. We just need to then fix up this. And if we're going to do it that way, then maybe we do... What if we displayed it like this instead? Got rid of that. And we still have the overflow and align We put you to the end. That ellipses too soon, though. If I make you flexible instead... you all still want to share too much. How do I want to handle that? Ideally, I might just have to put it in the table. It's going to solve so many problems with this layout. It'll give me headings, which I do kind of want. It'll give me nice little line separators. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to have to do that, really. Just to get the experience that I want. We can make this a little wider, that's fine. It's just not going to solve the problem, is what in the way that I want it to, I don't think. Okay. Come back to me, documentation. Data table. Bum 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 bum. This also give me a scroll view though too, I think, so that might break some stuff, but we'll tackle that when we get there. Where are you? Data table. Data table. Bum 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 bum. So we give it a data table columns. Okay. Probably don't need basically any of this. Child. No, I'd have to do I'd have to do my ternary up here, which is fine. And get the right ending place here. To replace you, let's just do this first to see how we like it, right? Data table, like so. Okay. Columns is a... we can const you, that's fine. data column. And then the rows are not going to be const, but they will be a list of data row objects, like so. Okay, perfect. Data column label is going to be, is it a text object, text widget, or is it just a string? Label is expanded with a text. File name. I might need to overflow these. We'll figure it out here in a minute, though. Data column, label, expanded, text, map name, data column, label, expanded, text, and then size. Okay, and then my rows. Snooze that real quick. Are going to be, where was the row? It's a data row. Data row. Cells, which is the list of data cells. Data cell is was there a size that I missed here? No. This needs to be like a this needs to be where my 4 lives, I think. So we have a map, file data, data in map files. Then I do data, sorry. This data row cells is data cell. What goes inside of a data cell? Text. This is data file name, data cell, text, data name, but yeah, we'll leave it for now. Data cell, text, data size X times data size Y gives me something like that. I would like you to be the full width, though. Available maps, container. Can I get away with this, or is that going to break everything? Let's find out. In here one? There we go. It's going to break everything. I was kind of afraid of that. Because your parent... Oh, because your parent is a container with a padding? I think... Available maps. Container. Then this container. Hmm. I think I'm going to leave it here for today because it's been 4 hours. So we'll figure this out tomorrow. We'll figure out what I'm overlooking here to make this table grow to the correct size. It might just not be... I don't know. I'll look at it. I'll figure it out tomorrow. But thanks for hanging out. If you like this kind of thing, I'd love to see you again. I do it 4 hours a day, roughly, 4 days a week, starting on Friday and ending on Monday. So come on back around tomorrow, around 10 a.m. Central Time. I'll be here doing more of it. If not, you guys have yourselves a great weekend anyway, and I'll catch you some other time. But let's raid out. Let's see who we can bother. If there's anybody out there in the world. Let's see. Who do I follow that's on right now? Let's hang out with Cavino. Cavino's a good time. He's pretty chill. I haven't said hi to him in a hot second. Do do do. All right.